and welcome everyone to another Phoenix Wright live stream. Back in the courtroom today we go. Let me get my controller. Always gotta have it charging before we get going. Here's gonna be the key though. Don't think there's any music at this point right here in the save menu. We're not gonna know until I click on the save if we're gonna have some technical difficulties or not. This is the most exciting part of every stream. We got music. We got music. We got audio. We are good. We're set. We are good to go. So let's get back into the Stolen Turnabout. This is normally the last part. We normally get 4 parts in the early episodes. So, part 4. The final trial. Our boy Ron's been set up as a murderer. He may be DeMasque. He is not the murderer. You know this. I don't remember like half of the shit we found out in the last stream. That doesn't matter. October 14th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. Hey, Nick! What is it this time? You won't believe how many people are here for the trial! Well, it is a murder case. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door! Who's on trial next door? Who the fuck's on trial next door? Next door? Why don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective Adme's trial today. Detective Adme? They say they're going to try him as Masked DeMasque. Already? That was fast. Boy, I'd love to see Masked DeMasque's trial. Jaren coming in to the stream with the re-up for a full 365 days. A full 1 year span. Can you believe it's been that long, Jaren, since you've subbed to the channel? Insane. On April Fool's Day of all things. Are you gonna take back this sub now? That would be the monster dick move. You would be the biggest of a-holes if you did that, I'm just saying. But, you would get some points because that would be a hell of an April Fool's trick. You're not that evil? Okay, good. Good. I appreciate that. Oh, you're right, there is no chat! I wasn't on top of my game! I was too busy checking other things that I forgot about the chat because this actually goes up on the second channel, unlike all the other stuff we're doing right now. Thank you, Jared. I appreciate the reminder, man. Here's why I need you in the streams. You make sure things run smoothly. I think this is Godot. Fuck, what was the voice I used for Godot? I know. By the way, where's Pearls? No, I'm just calling you out. That's also true. That's also true. You just tell me I'm doing everything wrong. But I need that. I need that. There's chat. Oh shit, I didn't transition. There we go. Chat is there now. Didn't transition. I keep forgetting because it was either last stream or the stream beforehand. I didn't have my split screen up where I can edit on one side and lives on the other. So I forgot that I had the transition here. Even though I normally have it this way, but whatever. A little bit over a year of streaming and, you know, I haven't figured anything out. Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore. Who the fuck would this be? Who the fuck would this be? Maybe it's Ron. Let's add Ron to the possibilities of people here. I know you don't like me. Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh? Yeah, ever since that incident last year. No, you don't like me, man. That's a lot of people if that was me. I feel like everybody would say that, though. I feel like everybody would say it. Oh, at the 45-minute mark, we're going to find out if I finally got Nightbot to work. We're going to find out if I finally got Nightbot to work. So, I looked over it before the stream, and I think I realized what I did wrong. So, Nightbot's not taking your job, man. No more stabby stabs from Nightbot. Nightbot's just here to be a commercial break. Nightbot's here to handle some business for us. That's it. Please don't ignore me. Nightbot's gonna go into a 1-second ad as an April Fool's joke. Hey, an ad's an ad, I'll take it. Oh, Mr. Delight! Good morning! No one likes me. No one would notice me, even if I killed someone. I mean, you ain't wrong. That's why we're here. Because they're really not sure it's you. We just put you in the spot to do it. Come on! Don't be silly! What? Wait a sec! You don't mean you're the murderer? Fucking bruh, don't counteract my stream title immediately, Ron. Don't do this. It took me a good about 3 minutes to come up with this title because I couldn't think of shit. Don't mess with my title. This man's trying to kill my title. Yes, it legit took me a while. It took me a while. I legit couldn't think anything. I was trying to think of something that worked with what we're doing today, and I legit couldn't come up with anything clever. Yeah, it's really disappointing. No, I'm just a poor thief. No, wait, that's not right. A thief fucking Ron, man. Now, let's see. According to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending to him to help him commit the heist. Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murderer, Nick? It's possible, but today's trial is a race against the clock. Huh? How come? Let's just take our time like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. October 14th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 6. I don't think we've been in courtroom number 6 yet. Hey, Judge, nice to see you. Alright, gotta get my judge going on here. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight. They all have the same look, and Judge, so does the room matter. It matters to me. It matters to me. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You're ready? Preparation is the least refuge of the week. Is the last refuge of the week. I haven't had my coffee yet. Wanna know the biggest mystery in Phoenix, Wright? What's Judge's name? We don't know his name! What's his name? What's his name? What's his name? We threw out his name! We don't know the judge's name, do we? Man! Nobody knows the judge's name! Insanity! Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot. He's got the judge in the palm of his hand. Yet again. Rhonda Light is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. Huh. You need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war. That is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. Wait. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right? It's reported the Jets are committed to Zach Wilson. What are they going to do with Sam Darnold, then? Because if that's the case, the best you're getting for Sam Darnold is going to be like maybe a 4 at best, and I'd say that's probably not going to happen. Either back up or trade to the Bears or something. A trade's the best bet, because he's better than a backup. He's a lot better than a backup. Yes. Well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case. He's better than a backup. And hell, Minshew's better than a backup. I'm not saying he's much better, but he's better than a backup. Andy Dalton is a backup. Man sees the supernatural. Hey, how can you not ask for that to be your quarterback? The man can see ghosts. Man's got a sixth sense. Wow. The judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. I was going to put Larry in the title of today's stream, but I don't know if Larry's going to show up. He probably will, though. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated at 1 a.m. of the previous day. And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. Darnold could go to, like, the Steelers and stay on the bench for a year. Yeah, I could see him being kind of that, I don't want to call him a bridge, but, that guy you're bridging towards. But I think you need the right veteran for that. I don't know if Ben's the right guy, because at this point, every time we're like, oh, Ben's going to retire, he's like, no, I'm not going to retire. Even though I'm past, like, my expiration date, I'm not going to retire. That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant. Very well then, Mr. Godot. Please call your first witness. Ben will retire when either his leg gets blown out or his contract ends. Which, what comes first is the real question. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. We're gonna do an experiment. We're gonna do an experiment here on stream. Ah, here we go. This is what I wanted. We're gonna find out how much caffeine it takes to kill Godot. Alright. How much do we think he weighs? How much do we think Godot weighs? Do we have a weight for Godot? Do we have an accurate weight? Let's see. Tall, good build. I'm gonna say 210. Okay, we gotta estimate 210 for Godot. Okay. We're gonna find out how much coffee this man can drink. Okay. And I take it he's drinking... what are we thinking? Are we thinking he's more of a cold brew kind of guy? What kind of coffee do you think he likes? I think he's going coffee beans. Yeah, I think he's going either coffee beans or he's going leaf. Or he's going like some like weird ass coffee leaf tea, which is apparently a thing. Oh, he could be going some black coffee. I can see that. I'm gonna go straight coffee bean. I don't know, let's see if is there a canon answer before we calculate this? Is there a canon answer? I need to know. We're gonna find out how much caffeine can kill this man. Black? Okay, good. So it's straight black coffee bean coffee. Let's see how much coffee is killing this man. Calculate these limits. Okay. So, let's just say this. He is not drinking a safe amount of coffee. His maximum daily limit for a daily safe maximum limit of caffeine is 2.18 servings per day. A lethal dose, he's not killing himself though, a lethal dose would be 43.2 servings based on 16 fluid ounce cups. So yeah, he drinks some straight black stuff, which that's just too bitter for me. I don't mind it a little bitter. I like a little bit of bitterness in my coffee. I do a little bit of sugar, a little bit of milk, but yeah, that's too bitter for me. I can't do straight black. Maybe I'll learn to get there, but I can't do straight black. But yeah, he is nowhere near killing himself with coffee, but that is not a safe amount of coffee to be drinking. So, Godot, you need to cut back on your cups, sir, during your trials. Oh dear, you put a lot of sweet in there. Creamer, sugar, and honey. Ooh, I used to do just creamer, but I started liking the taste of just sugar and milk. But the first one is always the best. Mr. Godot, your witness. Right there for you, Godot. Okay then. Let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Rhonda Light, has to say for himself. The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, But now I gotta wonder, he drinks 17 cups. How does he sleep? You think this man sleeps, Jan? That's funny. You think Godot sleeps? This man's obviously up, just constantly thinking of new plans. I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify. Huh. You've got guts, Wright. Alright then, Mr. Ron Delight. Please, take the stand. He must crash hard on his days off. Nah, he just keeps drinking. Constantly as a cop. You did it, didn't you? Yes. What? No. That's not true. For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever. Now, I've been in a lot of short trials, I mean. No, I should put that in a fancy. Real short trial turns into a real hot shoot. Well, Mr. Delight already looks pretty guilty with that face he's making. And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin. Huh. Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? Actually, apparently, canonically, he drinks so much coffee it actually knocks him out. Huh. Cool. So that's how he sleeps, he just KOs off coffee. You think he'd be a fan of Cesaro's coffee? I think he'd be a fan of Cesaro's coffee. If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security? That can't be healthy like at all. Oh, I guarantee it's not. I guarantee drinking that much coffee and KOing yourself like that is not. Well, that's hard to say, but I wish I could. Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened. What you gonna say, Ron? That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. Oh, that's it? Cool. That was quick. 1 a.m. The exact time the murder took place. I will say the judge is on point today. Can we just applause for the judge today? He is on point. He knows everything that's going on. He gets it. He's rolling with it. No talk of a fanfic outside of me joking right now. Like, bruh, Judge, you are doing the job. Good on ya. The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. Huh. It's bitter today, too. Just like my destiny. You never know that from the way he's chugging it down. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. Alright, time to do our favorite thing in the world, impress this man. 1 a.m., huh? You're absolutely sure about that? Yes, that's what my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. Yo! Actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow, and my internal clock was also impaired. 1 a.m., that's the exact time the victim Mr. Bullen was murdered, correct? It's too late for a coffee date, that's for sure. This dude's gotta be killer on dates. Like, he goes out and they go to a coffee shop, obviously. And this dude gets his cup. He gets his cup of coffee. And the whole date, he is just talking about what he thinks about the coffee and how it's wrong. And what it succeeds at, what it fails at. That's all Godot talks about. This dude fucks. That's what I'm saying. It ordered you there?
It was the first time I got a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere.
Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then? Blackmail? Might have to put that in the fanfic.
No, of course. They say things like...
Where he knows all the best coffee spots and soccer moms fall for him instantly. Yep, no, that's exactly how it works. That is exactly how it works. Yep. He's got minivans pulling up to his place on the daily. Why don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight? Please, don't say any more. Now, what should I do? I think we gotta press R. So what did the blackmail letter in question say?
It said to bring $50,000.
Money, eh? A perfect motive for committing murder.
Oh, but wait! I never intended to pay the money anyway.
Well, Celeste thought so. That's true. That's true. Celeste figured money was the best reason for murder. She was down for the payday. Oh, is that right?
After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of.
This man's afraid of his own shadow. He had plenty to be afraid of. An important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Huh. A muddy mud skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. What the fuck is a muddy mud skipper? What is a muddy mud skipper? Muddy mud skipper. Wait, what? Wait, what? You did not. You did. I don't remember you ever in the show. What? They just made a fucking Ren and Stimpy reference. like, I mean, it's an actual fish, but that's a Ren and Stimpy reference. I don't remember Muddy Mudskipper ever in Ren and Stimpy. For anybody who doesn't know what Ren and Stimpy was, it was a show on Nickelodeon that shouldn't have been on Nickelodeon. Because, man, that show was not made for kids. Created by the dude that created King of the Hill. It was great. I loved Ren and Stimpy. It's partially the reason I am what I am. If you don't know what it is, I tell you to look it up. Because it's great, and saying that, the first thing you need to watch is Log. So there's your homework. Ren and Stimpy, Log. Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway? The blackmail letter shed. If you don't want your identity revealed, correct?
I'm sure it was referring to the whole DeMasque thing. But I wasn't worried. Mr. Mullen didn't have anything on me.
He didn't.
Anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me. Just as long as Desi believes in me.
So that's why Miss Delight didn't believe he was masked DeMasque.
That's why I knew they were just hollow threats.
Yes, I see. You used to be a security chief for KB Security, right?
Yes, that's right.
A security chief. You! And yes, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge? A perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say? That does make sense. This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject. In these type of situations, you gotta save. Let's go life after being fired. What did you do after being fired from KB Security?
I spent a lot of time looking for work. But then I decided I wanted to start something myself.
Not good. This is going from bad to worse.
So I started looking at books, TV, and movies, learning all I could about masked men.
That's a statement. Masked men? So you wanted to try drawing a comic, right? About masked men?
No, that's not right.
You're on it. Let's move along, shall we? But you asked the question. You're being quite odd today, Mr. Wright. Need to bring the spinning buzzsaw one notch closer to your own neck, Ace Attorney.
There wasn't much to his testimony, was there?
Sounds like he's avoiding something. At least, that's what it sounds like to me.
Uh-oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. We'd better be careful.
If we don't find a way to make him spill the beans, we'll never get closer to the truth.
Yeah.
Brooklyn does it again. LaMarcus Aldridge is getting his prime back. Oh no. Oh no, is he doing really well? How's Kyrie doing right now and Joe Harris? I entirely forgot they even had Aldridge. Oh goddamn, I'm doing fandan. Good Lord, Mason Plumlee. Fuck, I should have kept Mason Plumlee. He's killing it. Oh, goddamn. LaMarcus Aldridge is killing it. Ooh. Seth Curry, though. Thank you. And nobody played him. Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job.
Well,
The world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that. Okay then, defendant, please answer the question. I don't understand how Brooklyn keeps reviving people's problems. They're too good of a team right now, man. They're too well built. They've got too many good players. I mean, if one goes down, they've got another one to back them up. We'll see if it continues. That's gonna be the key. Playoffs are gonna be real interesting.
I needed money.
You needed money?
Well, you see, Desi loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby.
Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick?
My salary wasn't nearly enough, so I stole data from the company.
Oh. Our defendant, my client is not a murderer, but he is a hacker, though. He is anonymous. Come again?
KB Security has a lot of KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies.
God, man, this whole game's just gonna be Ron Delight on trial.
Since I was a security team chief.
Ben Simmons is off tonight. That is fine by me, because Seth Curry's taking over for him, and I love it. You stole some data and sold it.
Mr. Bullard found out and I was fired immediately.
What? I wish I'd never asked that.
I was somehow able to keep it a secret. It made it seem like I quit on my own.
What is it, Nick? You look so good. Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that. He sure told you! So you admit that you stole data from your company. Is that correct?
Yes. I'm sorry.
This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony. Oh man, this whole thing just took a big turn for the worse. Crashed and blew up. Even Shake Milton is killing it. More games like this continue, then Shake Milton gonna be a starting point guard. I feel like Shake Milton could start for some teams at point. Or at least play priority minutes for some teams at point. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. Why would you do something like that?
Well, it's his hobby. What else?
Wasting money. Huh.
It's not a waste. So Mr. Wright doesn't know that her husband was fired, does she?
I would like to point out that apparently the translation doesn't translate Mrs. at all. So they are all Miss, which is weird to me. I don't know why the translation seems to do that. So it would seem.
I'm not sure what to think about couples who keep secrets like that from each other.
I can't believe it. This case has gotten even Maya to think seriously about couples. Please, try to stay focused, Mr. Wright. Ben Simmons has 15 boards, though? Okay, he's doing his part defensively.
There wasn't much to his testimony, was there?
Sounds like he's avoiding something. At least that's what it sounds like. Ba-ba-ba-ba. I want to say before I do this because I'm very unsure about it, but I just want to see. Alright. I didn't think anything would happen there. Oh yeah, we don't want her to find out 'cause she hates criminals. I forgot about that. Huh. What the fuck, man? Nightbot just doesn't want me to have commercial breaks. Nightbot just doesn't want me to have commercial breaks. I is sad. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I think I actually know why then. Oh no, that I don't care about. That's not what I wanted. Where was it? Where was it? Here it is. No? Okay. I see what it is. I see what I messed up with. Yeah. I'm gonna set this back up and we'll see if it works. We'll see if that works. Nope, no banning Nightbot for incompetence. Don't be doing that. And, I'm setting it for every 10 minutes, just so we can see if it works. So, after this test of it, I'll set it back to 45. But, yeah. I wanna see.
Objection!
No. Okay, I wasn't sure if that would work or not, because you never did bring up the red thing. Curry's 0 for 4 right now? Ooh. His only points are free throws. Wow. Maybe I have to let him keep talking. Never mind. Colin says he's going off.
Objection!
Oh! Here's all I had to do. Tisk, tisk. I'm afraid that reason isn't going to hold up anymore. What do you mean? Victim had no proof the defendant was masked DeMasque. But you were the one who stole company secrets only 1 year earlier.
That was all over with once I was fired. But it is true that the fact I stole secrets was kept under wraps. Even so, there was no reason for me to pay out now, a whole year later.
Is that really true?
What is it, Nick?
The fact that Ron was selling company data. I wonder if he would have had a problem if that ever became public knowledge. Yeah, he would. How was it? How was it? How was Godzilla versus Kong? I've seen people say it was pretty good. Doesn't hesitate to get into it. The human story sucked ass, but the monster fighting was awesome. I mean, that's the reason you're watching it. You're not watching it for the storytelling. I'm just saying. There's nobody sitting there watching that movie for the storytelling. Mr. Delight, I believe you would have been in considerable trouble if your identity as a company data thief was made public. Where I was halfway thinking the Jaegers from Pacific Rim was going to show up. Really? Really? If that had happened, that would have been a very interesting tie-in. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to do by bullying your own client? Huh. Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow. That's exactly right. Well then, feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer amigo. Little lawyer amigo? Yes, now come on, provide some evidence to back up your assertion. Oh, I've got the evidence. I've got the evidence. I've got the evidence, and her name is one Desiree Delight. She don't like criminals. Whoops.
Take that!
Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday.
What doesn't?
I think you must have been scared, very scared, of having a certain person find out your secret. A certain person. Mrs. Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife. Sharon? Tisk. Can't be doing that constantly, young man. I'll give you the finger swag.
What? But listen to me. My destiny, she.
Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Godot! Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Hey, that's how I'm gonna watch the Mortal Kombat movie when that drops. See, I got friends with HBO Max. That's how I see it. We just hang out and watch it. Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret, cue the All-American Rejects, to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about. Oh! Makes sense. No! Everything is falling neatly into place for him!
Don't talk about my destiny like that, or you'll be sorry!
Ron's about to punch a dude. He's about to throw hands. Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far. What do you think, Nick? I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Clearly, there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much. The motive is clear. Let's move on. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now, tell us. We're all ears. With piercings.
When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there, and it wasn't mine. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. while. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there, dead.
I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said that Master DeMasque struck him on the head from behind. Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. Huh. No one's going to believe a pathetic lie like that.
What are you saying? I really was attacked.
Man, I never should have benched Mason Plumlee. He is having a day. Wow. I really hate myself for not playing Plumlee. How's the rest of my team doing here? Grant, you shit a brick. Yeah, that's about all I'm really mad about. Josh Hart, I'd say, is underperforming, but that's about it. Everybody else doing okay. Should have never gotten rid of Mason Plumlee, though. We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Wright? Don't go easy just because he's your client. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. He's a thief, but he's no murderer. Who was this suspicious shadow?
If there were 1,000 of me, and if even one knew, I'd tell you, trust me.
He's dodging all of our questions. He's dodging all of our questions. He's not helping us win this case. Okay then. How was the victim Mr. Bullard at that time?
What do you mean by how was he?
Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place.
That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright?
Forget it. Your forehead?
Yes, I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was an amazingly fast and powerful attack. It was almost like, I don't know, a falcon punch.
UFC 4, I injured my Muay Thai training partner. Oof. That's not cool. You remember anything about who hit you?
Well, like I said, it was a fast and powerful hit. So I think I was a little dazed for a while.
I don't think Mr. DeWitt even grasped what you were asking. Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Maybe that would knock some sense back into him. Damn, Phoenix. That? Could you please clarify what you are referring to?
Why, my DeMasque costume, of course.
Wait just a moment. DeMasque?
Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Mask DeMasque. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security.
What? Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this! I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. Seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets.
I'm sorry. I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. You know how sometimes things just slip me mind?
Huh. My 6th cup of coffee is starring. No, it's staring. I don't know why I read that wrong. And why? My brain just died for a second on that. My 6th cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly. I don't know why staring gave me an issue. I've read bigger words than that today. And that's the word that gave me issues. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony.
I'd have been killed if I hadn't been wearing my DeMasque costume.
Why were you dressed up as DeMasque?
Why? Because I'm DeMasque, of course.
What are you talking about? DeMasque trial is being held next door.
Yes, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the DeMasque issue. So I thought I should go with him just to be safe.
Oh boy.
Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape.
Yeah, I have that issue when streaming. I can say Erginlim? Erginlim. Name of a robot in the game perfectly by fucked up simple words. Yeah, man. Especially when we get into the later points of these streams, my brain just gives up. It gives up tenfold.
That's why it took a lot longer than I expected.
It took a lot longer? What is he talking about? I think for this one, I'm actually gonna wait and see. I think I'll wait and see how this develops. Hey, why aren't you doing anything? Because it'll probably end up causing more trouble. Tackle it once I'm mentally prepared. I guess I should prepare myself for the worst too. When you came to?
Yes, I was passed out in the corner of the room.
Do you know when your assailant made their escape? And to where?
I'm afraid I don't really remember.
Huh?
Once they hit me, I lost all track of what was going on. I think that's when they made their escape.
Huh, that's certainly a convenient story for you, isn't it? It certainly is, isn't it, Mr. Wright? It almost sounds practiced. I don't know why you're telling me. We heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we? There's not much in this testimony either. But she's still hiding something. I won't be surprised. We'll just have to draw it out of him. Just hope he doesn't make things any more complicated. Alright. We'll go back to this. Just make it quicker. This is taking absolutely forever. We have 45 minutes again. What do you mean by took a lot longer?
Oh, opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught on the safe door, you see? This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body.
I do not at any point envy Phoenix Wright right now. I pity this man. in their right mind would defend this man after this. Like, everything Ron is saying is screwing himself. Like, he's just sitting there and he's like, yeah, I hit his body. I hit his corpse. I did that. I don't know how he died, but I hit his body, being really sus. But I didn't kill him. That's all he's doing right now. What was that? Back up a second.
Yes?
You were the one that hid the body in the safe?
Well, yeah.
Inconceivable! Yeah, we've had Ren and Stimpy along with the Princess Bride. Yes! This game is winning me over more and more as we play. Ren and Stimpy and the Princess Bride. More homework for you. Go watch The Princess Bride if you haven't. Great movie. With Andre the Giant in it. Anybody need a peanut? Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. As usual, I have no idea what you'll say. Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer? Huh. So you're not as stupid as you look.
His metaphor this time was really obscure.
Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you? Well, yes. Why am I the only one not in the loop here? This shocks. Witness, make sure you add this to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh. Looks like a storm front is moving in over the fair weather judge. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway?
Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer. Obviously. Dummy.
That's not exactly what I meant.
When I saw that corpse, I kinda lost it. I went like, oh shit, what do I do, man? I thought, if they find this corpse, they'll think I did it.
Huh. I think you had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body. That certainly makes more sense. Hold on. 10 minutes?
What is it, Nick?
I just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it?
Under those circumstances? What circumstances? Oh, I see where you're going, Nick. Hey, Nick, if you think his behavior was so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show just what those circumstances were?
That's it. I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence.
We heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we?
There's not much in this testimony either. Oh, yeah. Whoops! Damn, I went too far. Okay, so there's two options here, I think. I'll have to look at the court record just to get an idea. But I think this is either the button or it's either the button, the buzzer record maybe, or it's our good old buddy right here. I think it's the buzzer. I think it's the buzzer. It's the buzzer or the record.
Objection!
Your boy did it! Your boy did it. Your boy used his brain. I brained it. I actually thought it through and got the right answer by using my noodle. Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record? And what might this be? The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. Nothing from Coffee Man Godot? And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m. Watch? If Mr. Ron Delight truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way.
Objection!
Huh. Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building.
Objection!
That's bullshit. He was a security chief. Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as a chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about it.
Objection!
Well, we got some back and forth here, I like it. But, as it turns out, the guard never came. That was nothing more than a coincidence. In fact, the fact that the guard was a pathetic loser. Phoenix, you can't say that about your boy Larry. Larry may be an idiot, but you can't call him a loser. Idiot! Perfectly fine. Loser's a little harsh, my guy. Who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend. And wasn't anywhere in the vicinity. Yeah, and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known.
Objection!
Huh. Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off.
Objection!
This buzzer is extremely loud. There is no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is. Conscious? What do you mean by that? I need another cup of Joe. Fine. Let's hear your theory. Give it to him, Phoenix. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Unconscious? Show he fainted. That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. So what you're trying to say? Mr. Delight was knocked out, and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right, whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer. Mic drop. Phoenix out. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, this is...
Objection!
This is preposterous. It was this kid. Ron Delight is the one who killed Kane Bullock. Then who pressed the buzzer? It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the victim attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. Oh no, we have evidence he died on impact. Blunt force trauma, my dude. So Kane Bullock shouted the buzzer to himself. What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? If I'm correct, I believe it says he died on impact. I mean, time of death is 1 a.m. on the dot, so there's no way he's pressing that buzzer at 1:02. We need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene. But how? I mean, legitimately, the autopsy report's like the best bet right now. Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? Oh yeah, I can prove that. The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. Take that! Well, what do you think, Mr. Godot? Huh, I can hear it. The sound of a buzzer. Huh? It's going off inside your head at this very moment. The emergency buzzer of your heart.
Is it really?
Maybe just a little. Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, you need to think more carefully.
Really?
I legit thought that was it. I guess it's because it doesn't say he died on him. I guess that's the thing. Time of death is 1 a.m. There's no way he pressed the buzzer at 1:02. If time of death is 1 a.m. Just saying.
Whew! Guess there goes your chance of becoming ace detective.
Come, listen more carefully. Maybe the truth will be elegantly revealed.
Creepy! You sound like Detective Abney!
It's gotta be the buzzer having no fingerprints on it then. It's like the only other thing. Because we brought up the record.
Take that!
Yeah, okay. I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence. Incontrovertible. That's a weird word to see spelled out. This is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for. The emergency buzzer. Is there some kind of clue on it? Absolutely not. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. Now I'm the one who's clueless. Ba-dum-bum, ching. I see you, Judge. Hey, that's a good one, Judge. That's a good one. That's a good one. Give the judge some points on that one. That's a good one. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself, naturally he would have left his fingerprints behind.
Objection!
Should have spit take. Ron Delight obviously wiped them all. Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment. He touched that button. I know he did. The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask DeMasque. And Mask DeMasque always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have had to wipe the button free of fingerprints? Order! 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 Huh. It would seem I've been forced to eat crow.
I wonder what Berlin number crow flavored coffee is.
However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? Oh, I know why they did it. It was setting up Mask DeMasque, essentially. What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden? Huh. Looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks.
They're on to you, Nick! Run!
Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 a.m. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer.
Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed.
Security was supposed to respond. Time's up, Mr. Wright. Listen, let's hear what you have to say. I'll shave beforehand, though, just to play it safe. Very well, then. Oh, you've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer? They didn't mean to call the security guard to find out what it did. They did to call the security. The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted. Do you mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose? Yes. Although, as it turned out, he never showed up.
Because he was getting his car cleaned at the time.
Huh. What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in? No. I'm not. When the buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the third person, the real killer. Hypothetically, or wait, let's see, there we go. Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight.
And if any security guards came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer!
Yes, that was precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron Delight for the murder. I'm not gonna lie, every time we see him just drink the coffee, yeah, to get that spit take. Every time we see him like sniff and drink the coffee, I keep thinking, I wonder how good that coffee is. I would love to taste the blend. Ron Rivera says Fitz is the number one, but there's competition. I mean, I do think Taylor Heineke will give him a fight, quote unquote. But, yeah, Fitz is the number one quarterback there. And I think he'll do just fine. He's got a really good number one. Logan Thomas is a very solid tight end. He's got an okay offensive line. It does need to be fixed up. He's got a good running back that can do everything. It's a good team and a very good defense behind him, so I think Fitz has a really good team around him. Order! 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 Huh. It would seem I've been made to eat my words once again.
Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. Twice! Mr. Wright, who was it? Who done did this shit? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only masked DeMasque. So...
Nick, you mean the real killer is? We're going to drag that person in here right now.
But, who is it?
I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, and they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. It's Carr's fault we lost to the Patriots. Not like the defense didn't allow Sonny Michel 100 plus yards or Rex Burkhardt 2 touchdowns. But yeah, Carr's fault. Yeah, that's the thing, it's team sport. You gotta blame the team. You can't blame just one player 99% of the time. Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Ron Delight for the murder of Kane Bullard? Well, there's only one man who is smart enough, cunning enough, and really fucking weird enough to do all of this shit. And don't at me! Detective Luke at me. He's the only one who could have done it. Carr could throw 4 touchdowns and 470 yards. The Raiders fan base would want him benched because of one fumble. That's almost every fan base. Us Jag fans aren't as picky, but with quarterback play, because we really don't know what phenomenal quarterback play looks like. But yeah, that's most fan bases. It's most. Ace Detective.
Look at me.
You mean DeMasque did it? Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not DeMasque at all. Yeah, the Jags know what phenomenal quarterback play is like. Just it's always the opposing team. Not always the opposing team, just a good chunk of the time it's the opposing team. We know what Peyton Manning's like. We know what Peyton Manning is like. Oh, for one game, we knew what it was like with Blake Bortles for one game against the Patriots. That game against the Patriots in Jacksonville, he played his ass off. Oh, it was such a good game. Also, that playoff game against the Steelers up in Pittsburgh. He played very well in that, too. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullock. Bortles is dominant when it comes to the Steelers. The Jags' defense is always pretty good against the Steelers. I don't know what it is about them, but Big Ben likes to throw picks against us. That's his career. Rasheem Mathis had at least one pick, I believe, in every game against Big Ben. He threw to Rasheem Mathis more than I think he threw to his own receivers. Order! Order! Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime? They're not even close. Murder is the more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime subject to a capital punishment. Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke Atme confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as well. Or unmasked as well as masked DeMasque. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along. To be found guilty. Masked DeMasque had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordley Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Masked DeMasque was Luke Atme's airtight, watertight, and unaccessible unassailable, there we go, and unassailable alibi. There we go. A guilty verdict as an alibi? What is this? You know, it's almost time. For what? For Luke Atme's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial, after all. If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course, that's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Mr. Luke Atme's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal. Cyberpunk just got a patch that fixed graphics and some bugs, but introduced more bugs. I mean, this is what happens when you don't let a game company take their time to make their game. And everybody gets all frustrated at the fact that we don't want any more delays. They gotta fix things that... they also got hacked. So, that is a big issue they have to deal with. Oh, I legit bought the game mainly because I wanted it. I would have never refunded the game. Bugs are like the least thing I give a shit about. I love bugs in games. They bring out some of the fun shit. That's why, like, if I played 2K20 for more than Universe mode, just to do like AIW, I would have gotten 2K20. Mainly because those glitches were fantastic. Don't have it downloaded until it's somewhat playable. I'm like the most unpicky person when it comes to games. If I like the games, I like the games. Nah, bruh, the glitches suck. I love the glitches. I love them because they're so stupid. I just laugh my ass off at them. Like, I had a glitch in Cyberpunk where Keanu was glitching through the wall and he was leaning on air. And I'm just like, this is the greatest thing ever. This is amazing. I love it because that's something Keanu would do. He would lean on air. We call it Universe in 2K20. I literally had an event where it skipped it entirely. Now, see, shit like that I don't like. I'm talking like the in-game glitches where guys are like sinking into the mat and spazzing out. Those I like. I don't like shit that's like that. Am I really sure about this? Huh. A bet's only good when your life's the ante. No. No. Godot, I made a bet today. No. Speaking of that, I should check on that. I only made one because there was really nothing else good. Oh, they scored 3 goals. Please tell me. No, that's not who I need. I need the other one. Please, please, please. Yes, your boy made it! Fuck yeah! That's 3 straight bets now that I've gotten to cash. Yeah! Honestly, like the one match I had with 2 dudes with 2 women suddenly teleported in the match and a match of their own. Yes, like those are great. Those are the best glitches. Asuka's hair glitch was always something I liked to see people were having an issue with. Her hair would like float like a couple inches off her head. I loved seeing that. That's the good shit. Oh, yes. How am I doing in FanDuel? Real quick, we'll do a FanDuel check. Well, I'm still placing. It's not great. Dear Lord Dwight Howard. Oh, goddamn. Didn't expect. Dear Lord Shake Milton did go off. God damn. Well, Corey Joseph did fairly well too. That's a tight one. Boban had a good half. Well, I'm real pissed about playing Bam. Bam is letting me down a shit ton. I should have just kept Mason Plumlee.
Mr. Wright, I believe in you.
Mr. Delight.
So please, I'm begging you.
Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this? Phoenix. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice. It sounds like Mia. Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. Huh. So that's your answer, huh? Very well. I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. That's a good amount of time. You can't stop knocking out your training partners. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke Ashman to the stand. Yes, Your Honor. Woo! Oh shit! Look what's going on in the other one.
Well,
god, what was Atme's voice? Oh, he was, yeah, he was Bianca's voice. I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly.
Oh no, Sir Detective Atme. You were the one who...
Who the fuck are you? There's more than one judge? Everything I know in life is false. It's a lie. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. Wow. Insanity. God, let's see. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant, Luke Atme. Wait! Don't hand down your verdict yet, please! Well, Sir Lawyer. Welcome to my courtroom. Who's this hoser? He's Canadian. Oh, who's this hoser, eh? Oh shit, he's Canadian, eh? Oh, this is gonna be a good one. Now I get to go Canadian. Son of a bitch. Why you gotta do this to me, Phoenix, right? Why? Oh, god damn it. Who's this hoser, eh? My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. And I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atme. Accusation? You accuse DeMasque? That man is not DeMasque. He's just a ruthless murderer. How do you do what like a Canadian? Hey, what? I don't know. I got nothing for this dude. Look at this hoser, eh? I can do that. That's about all I can do. Lord. The fucking other judge is Canadian. Fucking love it. Alright. My sis? Could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So then, she's still alive? Inside your heart? Oh, fuck, it's Desiree. She had the basic, plain female voice. Nikki boy. Oh, how romantic, Phoenix. Oh, Miss Delight. Is it true that detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definitive proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. But wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atme want to kill Kane Bully? I fixed it! Your boy fixed the Nightbot. Man, today's just a win. I got my bat. I fixed Nightbot. I actually brained something. Woo! Jaren, don't be upset. Hey, look at it this way. All Nightbot is a commercial machine. You're still in charge of just about everything else. You, FG, VDub, Kaz, all of you guys that are my mods, you guys have control of everything else, so don't worry. You good. You've got more control than Nightbot does right now. You're fine. I mean... Oh, we already went over that. Oops. It's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. I need to find some solid proof. It's the one to join Nightbot. Little did you know Nightbot's Okada. It's gonna happen sooner rather than later. Challenge Nightbot to a death match. AFW. Nightbot go pull out the Rainmaker, I'm just saying. Been locked in that money clip. Now then, this court is back in session. Mr. Luke Atchme, please take the stand. Okay, now we gotta get the proof. Well, how do you do, sir lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of DeMasque. I'm sorry, I'm afraid even the great Luke Atchme has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I can know what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as DeMasque. Indeed, it's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring. We've got the proof! I'm gonna go do some laps. I did one lap. We got the proof! Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. So you continue to insist that you are, in fact, DeMasque. Of course. Very well then, Luke Atchme. Let us begin with this simple question. On October 12th at 1 a.m., King Bullet was murdered. Where were you at that time? None without knowledge wants even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But, don't worry. I will not hold it against you, Sir John. Thanks. I think. I don't know. Alright, Mr. Atme, the night of the murder. Speak. We're all ears. As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. The alibi. I was stealing the earner's master mask just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Master Mask was the same time as the murder. Actually, it wasn't. It was 2 minutes early. It seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene. Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret to this picture as well. Even the great DeMasque cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Unfortunately, Mr. Abney, we still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he's a fool. Bruh. Did this man right here, did this posh son of a bitch, did he just take Francisca's line? He did not do what I think he just, tell me he did not just say that. We're gonna have to bring the fight. I'm just saying, we're gonna have to bring the fight to this man. We're gonna have to do it. And now that I know that Nightbot works, I can set something else up as it's almost time for the Angels game. So I'm gonna have that on in the background, just so I get to watch my Angels lose to Lucas Giolito. And it's gonna make me sad because I really like Lucas Giolito. I'm not gonna lie. This would be their first L, man. It's opening day. This first game of the year, it pulls on the heartstrings, because the Angels are my favorite team. But the last 2 times I've done Road to the Show, like creating myself, MLB's the only game I create myself because I actually played a little bit of pitching machine baseball and elected not to go any further. I've played for the White Sox. I got traded 4 times, making my way to Chicago in MLB 20, and in 19 I got drafted by him. So, nah, every day I'm wasting my Trets career is always out. Why you gotta be like that, man? Just because my team decides, yeah, we don't want pitching. Although Dylan Bundy had a really good season last year, which shocked everybody. So I'll give that man credit. I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. Well, he was free from the hell that is Baltimore. That's true. I will say, I was done. They made that trade, and I was like, okay, I don't mind Dylan Bundy. He's not going to be a star or anything. And then he had the year he had, and I was like, did we just find an ace? No. No, we don't get aces in LA. They don't show up. Maybe? Please? He had a really good year, though. I wouldn't call him an ace. It wasn't like an ace type of year, but he had a really good year. He was up for the Cy Young at one point, and I was like, well, fuck. I was really impressed. I hope he carries that momentum, though. If he does, he could be our ace. So this photograph is the proof, correct? Indeed it is. And the man in the photo is clearly wearing a mask. That is why I'm called DeMasque. But conveniently, that also means that there's no way to tell who this really is. What do you mean?
Objection!
Huh. Are you saying that this is not, in fact, Luke Atney? That it could be an accomplice dressed up as Masked DeMasque to create an alibi? Oh, what an interesting idea! Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice? I don't think he had an accomplice. I just If Look At Me wasn't KB security during the murder, then the masked DeMasque in this picture has to be a fake. Exactly. You had an accomplice. Now remember, you said that, Mr. Trite, because there's no going back. You're making baseless claims, I'll treat you to a penalty myself. That penalty is probably boiling hot, too! Well, his accomplice is the dude he was blackmailing.
Take that!
It was this person. Huh. That's quite the prank you're trying to pull. Do you have any evidence that this person is in fact the accomplice? Well, the aura. The aura that this person has around them is... You're going to judge someone by their aura. You'd be right up there as the #1 suspect, Miss Wright. Damn. Who do we have here? I mean, these two we know have been in contact because of the blackmail letter. I'll give it up for now. And there really was an accomplice? But right now, I have no idea who it was. I don't have any idea right now either. Baseless objections are just what the guy wants. There's gotta be another way. I'm going to find it. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point? That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed, there was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. This was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see, you truly are evil, aren't you? Yes, evil is what I am. Hey, Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective Andy was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he had no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. It is kind of odd. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here. Is that correct? Indeed it is. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves you committed the crime. When you think about it, it's really odd. You say that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose.
Objection!
He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. We all have days like that. You have days like that? Oh god, that's loud. You guys have days like that? You guys have days where you're just like, yep, got caught by my own camera. Funny. You know, shit happens. Indeed, it turned out that there was no such thing as the perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing. A sad, blue melody. Oh, I should mention this. I just find this funny. During my MLB 20 Road to the Show, I was traded 4 times. No, I was traded 3 times. I had been on 4 teams in 2 years. I played with the Angels, got drafted by the Angels, got brought up real quick to the majors. They traded me immediately in the offseason to Kansas City. And I played with Kansas City. Kansas City was like, hey, you're really good. We're going to give you a 4-year deal. Halfway through the next season, trades me to Arizona. At the end of that season, they traded me to Chicago. I don't know what it was, but nobody wanted me until I got to the White Sox. It was weird. It was really weird. And it really pissed me off that Kansas City gave me the big deal and then traded me away. I held a grudge. Looks like I'd better gather more information for now. If he's truly the killer, there's gotta be something phony in that photo. About the camera that took this photo. Oh, come now. It's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? I actually thought that kinda. I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed the picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered. I see. Looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious.
So, this alibi is false?
It has to be, or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security.
But I'm not really spotting anything unusual.
There are 2 possibilities. Either the mask in the photo is a fake, the photo itself is. Oh, shit! That's the situation at hand. Do I do the photo? Is that what I'm supposed to do? And then that leads to the other stuff? I think... I'm torn between two things right now. I don't know what they go to, which is the worst part. Don't think it's that. Somewhere. That. You can't really argue. It's the photograph that I think. Let's save right now. Yeah, he had a 3.29 ERA last year. Alright. I might be drastically wrong on that, but... Yeah, okay. So... I think that is... That plays a big part in this. What in the world is it? Oh, maybe it's this. Nope. It's gotta be one of these last two. It's one of these last two. And now I just gotta pinpoint what the thing is. Is it the photo? No, it's not the photo. God damn it. Okay, Jaren, I want you to tell me this. Is it the final statement? Is it the final statement that I've got to counteract? That would be number 4. Back of that photo. I don't see any paint on it. Alright, Jaren, I need you to figure something I need you to tell me something. Is it the 4th selection? Is it the 4th thing? Now that you've returned, I asked you this thinking you were here. Is it the 4th thing here? Is it the time at which the camera captured the picture? Because I've got a number of things I think it could be, evidence-wise, but I'm so unsure now of what, because I'm stuck on 2 of these. Jose, bring you up. I know something that's gonna involve it, but that's a single. First single given up in the season goes to Abreu. It's 2 and 4? Easy job. What was this again? Played 20 days ago. It was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. 2 days before the heist. Sent out the card after you began your security watch. To do that, press 3. Let's do all these again. I've got an idea of what I need to present. There we go. Are you implying that this picture is a fake? You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about this picture. We took a look around the basement warehouse that night before the theft took place. And there's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of that night. Very well then. Very well then. Let's hear what you have to say.
Take that!
The funny part is right here. I knew what I needed. Why, this is a blood stain. Ah, blood! Now this case is getting interesting. Not exactly. This stain is actually pink paint. Oh, just paint. And peach-colored paint at that. From blood to peaches, the judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse. It turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. Well, Mr. Wright, what is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains?
Take that!
The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. We already read this, that's why I don't reread them. I myself was there the night the theft took place and saw the statue in that spot. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then that statue should have been there.
Objection!
But when I went there the day after the theft, that statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner. Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally. Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance. Huh. In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night?
Can you do it, Nick?
Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it? Oh, I know why they moved it. I know why they moved it. Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you are prepared with your answer. Now then, who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime? I mean, it was the only guy there. The one who moved the statue is none other than Luke at me. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions. Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions? It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? The reason for moving the golden statue is where our battle really begins. Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move the statue? The reason can be found here in this photograph. The splatter. Look at me. You pretend to be DeMasque to create an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single, fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would be exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That is why you had to move the statue. A single, fatal flaw. Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Just where in this picture does the lie stand? Whatever. I mean, isn't it just this? Just this. Right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't see anything else that would say otherwise.
Take that!
The lie in this photo is somewhere around here. Jumping to conclusions again, I think you need to take a gander in your local mirror. As the Yiddish proverb goes, a half-truth is a whole lie. Keep lying like this and you'll be the one on trial. Oh man, now they're calling me a liar. Fuck.
Question is, why was the statue moved, right?
There was some reason the culprit didn't want the statue in the picture. At least that's what I thought. I'll ask you again, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna save right now just so I don't lose any more. I think... The lie is DeMasque. Are you saying that this DeMasque is a fake? Huh. You know, I really wish you would start acting more responsibly. Huh? The current question is, why was the golden statue moved? So what possible connection could there be with DeMasque's identity? Oh, buggers. Wait, I just wanna... Your face has "oh buggers" written all over it. No! I thought they were going somewhere with that. I was like, wow, that's very interesting too. For it to go that way. Alright. Feels like the time code is the only possibility. Naturally, the line in this photo is the timestamp. What do you mean? I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke Atme went to KB Security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time. But what does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember, if you will, Your Honor, when was this statue placed besides the warehouse door? Well, the statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime. It was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Exactly. Luke Atme had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place. Yes, I was right on that. That's why I thought it was. I just wasn't sure what exactly they wanted me to point out. What the? Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Oh. So on the day of the crime, Mr. Atme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. What the fuck's up with that analogy? 2-2 count. No, never mind, we're looking at 3-2 count. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke Atme had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in this photo. Order! Order! Mr. Atme, is this true? One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? What's that? The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. It's true that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. Order! Order! Mr. Godot, what is the meaning of this? What's he drinking? What's the blend? Good Joe! I warned you about making me wait! Now put that coffee down! My 11th cup. Delicious. I promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial. Which means still good till the last drop. However, the defense has a very good point. A good point? So what? We were all but travelers on a road of infinite points.
I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points.
So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time? That the statue was moved in order to make it match? That's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied. Which is... oh god, here's 18! That it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams. I'm not gonna lie, that's a good line of dialogue. Kinda inspirational right there. Give Godot credit. Kinda inspirational right there. That's very true. No way! Don't fall for that, Your Honor! Hey, Mr. DeMasque. Yes. There's no funny business in your actions as mask to mask. There should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it. Yes, please provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred iron. Let's hear it. What you gotta say, man? I first received the request from Lovely Taylor about 20 days ago. The iron was placed in a box in Zavari, and it was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the iron for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. That makes no sense, though. That makes no sense. You were hired 20 days ago. You would have been able to see it. That makes no sense. I don't get you. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the iron in my hand for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th.
That's pretty much all stuff we've heard before, isn't it?
Yeah, but we will find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave. Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time? Zavari. Very well then, Mr. Wright. You may begin your cross-examination. Alright. That we know is true. You were asked to guard the urn by Miss Adrian Andrews, is that right? Indeed, it seemed that they had heard of my Zavarkling reputation. I see Miss Andrews is still attracting the weirdos. What does that make me? You better watch out too, Maya. You mean this box? Yes, the pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn, and she wouldn't let anyone into the storeroom, not even me. God damn it, that's a double. Huh, interesting new tidbit. So you're sure that you had never seen the urn before? Indeed, you may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, I, Luke Atman, let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my You mean this calling card? That's right. That is, without a doubt, my calling card.
I guess Mr. Delight didn't make this after all.
Of course. Because Atme knew about the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. Oh goddamn, they stole third. Goddamn. Then no one entered the basement warehouse. Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. God damn it, wild pitch allows the first run. And this is the photo that proves that, huh? Man ran out of his chain. Indeed. To be honest, even if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much.
Hey, Nick! This photo is a fake! Detective Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken!
That's true. You know, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. If we can prove that he's lying there, we can wrap this up and put a bow on it. Need to take a good hard look at the court record.
Not much go on, is there?
That detective's been covering his tracks. Only one thing we need to prove in this cross-examination. And he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime.
Alright then, how do we do that?
There's one thing that Atme stated very clearly. That he had never seen the urn before he stole it.
We need to prove that he's lying!
Alright. So he states he never saw the urn. Wait a minute. Bitch, you saying you never saw that urn? Why the fuck you using a term like speckled? Okay. Atme, you tell me you never seen that urn. I'm gonna actually go with the other one. Because I think that might be the better one. I think this is the better one to go after. Did I say it? I don't know if I did I? I've already forgotten. Why the fuck are you using a term like speckled? Why are you using that? That's a very descriptive term for a guy who's never seen it. At me. If you really are Mask DeMasque, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Mask DeMasque had written. Take good care of the speckled urn. Now, the speckled here surely refers to this pink pattern on the urn. Yeah, I think so. Yes, that is true. But so what? I'm still a rock star. Truth be told, there is no way that Mask DeMasque could have known about this pattern. What do you mean? This pink, spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains? And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Wright. The day that the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error. Or should I say, an error-prone human. Man, Phoenix is just shitting on everybody. He needs to calm down. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn. Ugh. You can't be serious. And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means Detective Atme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. Boom! Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself? No. All right, that did it. He's broken, yeah. Nick, I think it's still a little early for a victory pose. Huh? Oh, son of a bitch. Huh. It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days. Conviction, you say? Yesterday we all decided unanimously that this man was Mask DeMasque. And now we're calling him a murderer. You don't think we're being a tad fickle? Fickle. That's a good point. No way. Don't fall for that too, Your Honor. You say that Luke Atme was the one who killed Kane Bullard? Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that? An excellent point. Motive, Mr. Wright. Motive. Might you mind marry murderers? Murderous motive manifest. That's a lot of alliteration. Nick! He's getting a second wind! If he prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Rhonda Light as you say, he must have had a very strong motive for murder. The only one with any motive we've seen is Rhonda Light. Isn't that right, Detective? Indeed. According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. got you some teriyaki noodles? God, that sounds good right now, man. Jaren, don't make me hungry. It's nearly 11 o'clock. I don't need to be hungry right now. Without a Wrong voice. Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were. There we go. I'd be honored to, sir. Old-timer. Come on, drop. Ah, fucking shit. Up, 3 down again. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. Look at me, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullet decided to investigate Mask DeMasque and simply mistook who was. It was Mr. Bullet who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron DeMarque. And it was again Mr. Bullet who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delightful's betrayal. Mr. Bullet's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Master DeMasque. That is why Mr. Delightful saw fit to kill King Bullet. Truly a tragedy. Show the victim, King Bullet, blackmailed the defendant. This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. A handwriting test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter. Okay. Sure. Still got evidence against the dude. Well, what? Can I start a petition for the MLB to force the Angels to give her a trot so he can go to a real team? No! We don't got much to begin with. Let us have the one nice thing we've got. He had a chance to say no to a long, big money deal. He chose to stay with the Angels. So, too bad. Yeah, but hey, nowadays money don't do shit. People want championships more than money nowadays. Look at most people. I mean, y'all can keep Shohei Ohtani. Ohtani's great and all, but he keeps getting hurt. He keeps getting banged up. We do over and done. But no. Trout stays. He'll just go to the Yankees anyways. Shit, I'll play 4th string QB for the Jets if it means cash. Yeah, but see, most people won't. People want titles too much. Hey, there's another commercial break. Very well, Miss Wright. Begin your cross-examination. Alright. Let's see if I can get this. This is going to be interesting. And who in the world is going to prove that? I will. Nightbot ain't staying down, man. Every 45 minutes, you're going to have to see Nightbot pop in. After doing a thorough background check of Detective Atman and Kane Bullet, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in the report. Perhaps they were connected to their work. And we're both involved in security. Nope. Good measure. Styles. He's still kicking out. This is an NXT show, man. This is the Indies. Everybody kicks out. That was blunt. In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. Delightful. Mistook? That's right, mistook, from the Old Norse mistaka, meaning to take in error. NXT, you say? It's the last shot. You're gonna have to hit 2 of them. That's what it takes nowadays. That wasn't what I meant. Just who did the victim mistake DeMasque to be? Why, the answer is obvious. Ron Wright, of course. Damn, Bundy's at 39 pitches. Man needs to get through some real quick. Ooh, that was a good pitch. Boy, I'd like to wipe the smug look off this guy's face. Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Mask DeMasque? Don't you already know that? Zavari! Take a look at this newspaper. Oh, that's the famous tear of Eminon, a magnificent jewel. The photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, it also shows an ugly god, namely the defendant. The defendants. The victim clearly misread this article, and Zavari! He got the wrong impression. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact Mask DeMasque. I see.
That was an unusual response. Reasonable deduction.
It's not wrong. That would make sense. You mean this blackmail letter right here? It says bring $50,000. And the handwriting is without a doubt the victim's. There's no mistake, we have an official report to prove it. But I don't see an addressee on this letter anywhere. An addressee? This letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment. Oh, caught! Good job, Trout. Good job. That went deep. Mr. Delight did show up at the designated place and time. The fact that there is no addressee is irrelevant. I wonder...
What's up, Nick?
Just had a thought. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight?
Whoa! Do you have any evidence of that?
Yeah, I do. I actually do. For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail letter. Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied? Fuck. Really? Clint Capella went off? Curry had a really good day at the end of it all. So did Draymond. Alexander Walker played well. Damn. Westbrook, why'd you have to not play as well this time around? 9 turnovers. Son of a bitch. What do you mean by that? Oh Lord, I was certain you were already aware. Zavari! We know this, he stole the data. Kane Bullen had yet to forgive young Mr. Delight, which is why he sent him that letter upon mistakenly believing he was the thief. Here's a file that we discovered in Mr. Bullard's office. Evidence that Mr. Bullard was receiving money through blackmail. However, isn't this a bit odd? Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullet the money, even though he wasn't actually DeMasque? On that point, there was an unfortunate bit of chance. What happened, Jan? What happened? Do you really think that story is going to hold up? Oh God, really? You know what though? I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. You know what? Can't hate the hustle though. Can't hate the hustle. Oh, just got it. I got like scuff marks on my controller already. The desertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid. What do you mean? I have here a memo from Ron Delight's wife, Desiree Delight. Ronnie thinks he's masked DeMasque. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him. Huh. Well, Mr. Trite. Was he trying to act like Miss Delight just now?
I thought he was actually pretty convincing.
Now that's just your imagination talking. Come now, silly lawyer. I'm afraid imagination isn't the right word for it. This is a deduction, the result of carefully applied reasoning. Can we hear that careful reasoning ourselves? It's a long story, and better saved for another time. Very well, another time. Those so-called long stories aren't usually all that long. At least not in my experience.
You're going to try to connect Detective Atney to Mr. Bullet, right?
Yeah, that's right. Hopefully it won't require surgery either.
In that case, I'll have to talk about the blackmail.
That's true. That blackmail letter really intended for Ron.
If we don't have enough information, we should press him for more testimony.
Maybe I'll be able to shake some contradictions loose that way.
Objection!
Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Atney? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's alright. When you said that this letter was addressed to Ron Delight, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction? I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that. You're one to talk. At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists of confidence. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior? Indeed. Wrong voice. Indeed. Time to man up, Miss Wright. Man up! Man up! Man up! Man up! Start the Briscoe chant. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. It's the letter. It's the diamond.
Take that!
Huh. A little 2-1 punch like that won't even phase me.
Objection!
I think you mean 1-2 punch? Mr. Wright, try thinking things through a little more before finding fault. Son of a bitch. What do you mean? It's in the letter. It's the ring. Dude literally talked up the ring when he got on the stand. I don't even remember the last time I saved. Okay, it's not. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't need to go through this anymore.
Objection!
I feel like dear Lord, Hyperion popping in out of nowhere. Coming in out of nowhere with the sub, man. For 10 months. You're getting up to 365 days. 2 more months and you'll be right there with Sharon. Nearly. Sharon will be still 2 months ahead of you, but thank you, Hyperion. I appreciate the re-up, man. DeMasque might not be the demand, but he is the beast. He is the best. I'll say right now he's got me caught. It's gotta be. It's gotta be wrong. It's gotta be wrong. Right?
Objection!
Freaking shit. Because unless I'm just supposed to go after... I guess I'm just supposed to go after him? For the fact that he brought us the ring? I guess? Godot time, Godot time, Godot time. I will say, I love Godot. Godot's been great. Him and his coffee addiction. I will say, we're going to the end of this trial. I don't care how long it takes us tonight, but we're going to the end of this trial. So, we'll certainly have Nightbot popping in probably at least one more time. But before then, I'm gonna go grab another beverage because I need one. I'm out of beverages. Hey, look, speaking of the devil, Nightbot. I'll be back in a second, guys. I take a bathroom break while I'm at it. Jaren, there's no reason for the violence on the Nightbot. Accept Nightbot as your brethren. He's just here to start commercials, man. That's all he's here for. That might be it.
Objection!
Oh, shit. Wrong thing to contradict me. I forgot I need to save there before I did anything else. That's why I had it on that screen. Oh, God. I feel like I've gained ADHD in my old age. The older you get, the more ADHD you get, maybe. Maybe that's the case. The Alzheimer's setting in real quick.
Objection!
Gone over this shit. Is it this?
Take that!
Oh. God, what the fuck is it?
Objection!
Like. Actually, let me save right here just because.
Take that! Objection!
What? Okay, I might be completely lost in this one. Jaren, it might be your time to shine. Son of a bitch. Mental breaking. I'm gonna take one more guess, and if this ain't right, Jaren, go ahead and give me the answer.
Take that!
God damn it.
Objection!
Okay, Jaren, what do I go with? How stupid am I? These are 60 pitches. We're only in the top of the fourth. Like right now, I feel so stupid because I feel like it's here. It's not that it can't be the newspaper clipping. I'm so stuck on the fact that this thing just talks about the red diamond. You know, the red diamond that this man fucking flaunted off the second he got on the stand. And you need more evidence? You need more evidence that this was written for him? Like, I feel like case is done at that point. It was his grandmother's diamond. Oh, that's this new. He doesn't exactly say. What? Try the newspaper clipping? Alright.
Take that!
You're bullshitting me. That's absolute bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. That's so bullshit. That's the one thing that I was like, it's not that we already went over the newspaper clipping. It's not the newspaper clipping. Obviously. No, of course it's the newspaper clipping. Of course it is. Even though you already went over it. Talking about this portion. But it's that. It's not the fact that the dude's wearing a red ring. Flaunted it off, and the thing talks about the red ring. Fuck you, game. I hope you guys are having fun. I hope my camera's in focus. Just in case I'm gonna fix my focus. Take a good look at this newspaper clipping that we talked about 4 seconds ago. It contains a picture of the tear of Emanon, the stolen jewel. What about it? The problem is this jewel's color. Color? I'm not much for discussing color myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. Oh, you were supposed to notice that the color they're talking about is different than the color of the tear of Emanon, which is not actually specifically discussed in the letter. How the fuck was I supposed to think they were talking about that when it's not brought up by name, which it is every single other time they bring it up? Upset is I. No, this is just common sense. Common sense. They brought it up by name every other time. They have made a point of saying the tear of Emanon every single time they've brought it up. So, like, if it had said the tear of Emanon, I would have been like, oh, I get it. It's the newspaper clipping because it discusses the tear of Emanon. That would have made sense. But just, it's, oh, this jewel's blue. They're talking about a red one. I'm like, he's wearing a red. It says red. He wears a red ring. They talk about a red jewel. I put... But when you're two criminals, should you not say its name when discussing a transaction? I mean, if it's going to get intercepted, no. But... quit counteracting me. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. He said he had a red diamond the second he got on stage. Second he got up on the stand, he was like, hey, look at my red diamond. That's just code of dishonor among thieves. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Red? Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the tear of Emanon that DeMasque stole at all. I'm gonna be real pissy about it not getting brought up by name and that being the thing, because I was just following what they've been doing the whole game, like I'm supposed to, and, you know, then they pull that shit out. They always do it to me, at least once. And your point is, Mr. Trite? So you are trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? That is what you're trying to say, right, Trite? Now here's what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Wright? Well, what is it that you're trying to say? Right, Nick? Yes. This is who King Bullet was actually blackmailing. The dude wearing a red diamond ring.
Take that!
Fucking bullshit. Naturally, it was you, Detective Atme. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? You've been personally involved in every single DeMasque case. In the last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as your reward. A jewel? Probably the one wrapped conspicuously. Conspicuously? Yeah. Huh. Once again, another word that's just like you see it written out and you read it, it's just weird. Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. You know, the thing that they said they wanted that he has. Oh. I'm pissed about that. I feel like just showing him that should have been like, huh, it says red diamond ring. He's got a red diamond ring. Conspicuous indeed. That is the diamond referred to in the letter. Which means that King Bullet wrote that letter in order to blackmail you! In the words of Hulk Hogan. You! Order! Order in the court. It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trite. Uh-oh. I don't like the way he said that. Ooh, Trout got walked. Somebody homer. King Bullet blackmailing Luke at me. Are you for real? Yes, I am. Nick, come on, stand up to him. Show some balls. Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world. Yes, it certainly does. That's a good line, I'll put that in the benefit. King Bullet threatened to make Luke Atme's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted to keep a secret. So just what was that identity? He was the man setting up the DeMasque crimes. Atme killed King Bullet because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? This is what it all comes down to, Nick! Then I'm saving. Before I look even more like an idiot, because the game is stupid. The identity that Luke Atme wanted to so desperately keep secret was his identity as an ace detective, DeMasque, a blackmailer. I mean, all of which are very positive. Like, he didn't really blackmail Ron Delight, but, you know, he technically was DeMasque. His identity as a woman of the night. Atme's been selling his body. It really, like, all three, I mean, I get the Ace Detective one, because saying he's a fraud, essentially, but, like, they all kind of make sense, to a point. I think DeMasque makes the most sense, because he technically is DeMasque, he's giving him the blueprint to go off of, and then getting the item because of it. But a blackmailer makes sense, because he knows the identity of DeMasque, he can prove who it is, things of that nature. So really, if I'm to use my brain, which I don't do often. God, man, if that thing had just sailed a bit more to the right. That was gone. It's either DeMasque or blackmail. I'm gonna go mask DeMasque. I just feel like that is more fitting. It's possible I'm wrong on that though. Look at me was mask DeMasque. You know you're not allowed to use your brain. This is true. They don't like me. They don't like me using my brain. They really don't. We respect the profession. We do respect sex workers. It's a profession, man. Let them do their job. Even if it may be Luke Atmes. What? That's my line. Well, what's that supposed to mean? That's my line too. Listen up, you. That is what you've been saying up to this point in time. The witness pretended to be mask to mask in order to pin the murder on the defendant. See what they're doing here. In which case, you'll want to insist, up to and beyond the day you died, that Ron DeLight was in fact mask to mask. I must say the sudden change of heart doesn't reflect well on you, as expected. I thought I fucked up there. Yeah, it really, both of those kind of make sense. I figured the blackmailer was probably what it wanted me to go with, but they both made so much sense. One of the fan games I really like is coming out with a sequel after saying they weren't going to. Hey, that's great. It's always great. Luke Atme was a blackmailer.
Objection!
Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that King Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Atme. Are you saying that Atme was blackmailing someone else on top of that? You have to admit, that does sound a little odd. It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme. But Ron DeLight was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. It's true when the sauce is the creator. Oh, brought up the Tear of Eminon by name. Oh, go, 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 go. Yeah, Trout, tying up a ball game. Is that a double or a single? That was a single, okay. Just want to point out, they referred to the Tear of Eminon by name there. Just gonna point out. Just gonna point out, they brought up Tear of Eminon by name. Detailed pledge, in which case that would mean that Ron DeLight was actually DeMasque. That is what you are claiming. That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. DeLight steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Atme. Shush! Silence! He. Now I see. It's all becoming clear. The rain is gone. Clint Capella, Trae Young, and Bogdan have 27 plus points. They all have 27 plus points? I mean, that's a hell of a day for Bogdan. He's been doing really well lately. What is? Oh, it's second overtime? Well, goddamn, I really wish I'd played Clint Capella now. No wonder he's got so much... No! Fucking overtime. That stopped me from placing, essentially. God, I've been scoring over 300 for the last couple times. I still can't place. Hate it. When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless with a tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? Yeah, I saw DeMurderer, massive amount of points. He's second in points right now in fantasy. How did you know? How did you... Dear Lord, Derek White with 29. And you say that I, Luke Atney, was blackmailing Ron DeLine. In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to DeMasque. Well, yes. Ron DeLine started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime. Good punch. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise. In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence I'm saving right now because this game's been fucking with me recently. Wasn't it he threw his, he threw the costume in the, in like, something? And that's how he found out? I feel like the newspaper might be the other one here. Because I remember Ron DeLite talking about throwing his like costume somewhere, and that's where Atme found it.
Take that!
I don't think this is right. I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the center of attention. Well, what do you mean? This newspaper clipping. Wait, was I right? It has a picture of you and Ron DeLite in his guard uniform. Seems that DeMasque didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket. It was in a bucket. That's what it was. Fucking shit, got that right. I thought maybe it might be, I had to pick Ron because he brought it up and told us about that. But there we go. That sounds far too stupid to be true. Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Atney. That's when you learned that under his mask, DeMasque was Ron DeLite. What the? Wasn't he supposed to be DeMasque? Not only that, it looks like he ain't even the ace detective. I can't believe it. He was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud trying to pass himself off as an ace detective.
Hey, Mommy, what's that guy?
He's a fraud, honey. Oh, you... How dare you expose me like that? Did you know, Luke Atney, Phoenix is making a YouTube video right now exposing Luke Atney. Wow, shocked, can't believe it. Luke Atney is such an attention seeker. Why I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous police detective, and also DeMasque. Why can't you understand that? The twitches are kicking in again. I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why you? How dare you? How dare you? You never find out yourself in those big mouths you should be that I say no. One can just also go. What ace detective cannot handle blackmail murder threats? It's enough to make one laugh. It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer.
That was quite a performance by Mr. Atney.
Bailiff, please prepare a shell for Mr. Atney.
Objection!
Bruh. What cup's this? What cup we at, bruh? The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim. What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. That's smooth. Fucking jazz. Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge.
You don't get much more in your face than that.
It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite. What do you... It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atney was a filthy blackmailer. And that he wasn't at Morty Taylor the night of the murder. That's right. That's why he's the one who killed Mr. Bullock. But there's still one thing you have yet to prove. What's that? Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was a KB security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. No. No way! Order! Order in the court! Well, Mr. Wright, I better save right now before I gotta prove exactly how he was there. This is it. This is the final round. You've gotta prove that Atney was at Mr. Bullard's office on that night. Dear Lord, White Sox are up 3-1. Well, this is gonna be the last inning for Bundy, that's for sure.
But can you really prove that?
That's long enough, Mr. Trite. I want to hear your answer. That night, Luke Atney was at KB Security, and the defense... Just in case. I mainly want to see what happens if I say can't prove it. I can't prove it. Just as I thought. But if we hear more of Detective Atney's testimony... Oh, that was the right answer. Well, fuck.
Objection!
Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Trite. Well, what do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean. Well, apparently it wasn't the right answer. Maybe not. What? Have you forgotten? Luke Atme is here after we interrupted his own trial. You have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict as masked DeMasque. No! Well, Nelson lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end, after all. I am the ace detective, as well as masked DeMasque. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron DeWitt will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Order! Order in the court! After enough deliberation over this witness, I can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is...
Don't give up now, Nick! We still have tomorrow! We can look for more evidence and...
By then, it'll be too late!
Huh? Why?
Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law.
Double Jeopardy? I love that show! Alex Trebek is the best!
Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts. It applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else. Mr. Abbey will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as masked DeMasque, which means he will be innocent as far as the murder of King Bullard is concerned.
No way!
The fact that you are unable to prove Mr. Atme's guilt of that crime here means that he will never again be tried as King Bullard's murderer. Now there's nothing I can possibly do to win, even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent. The real killer, Luke Atme, will go free. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. As long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no more questioning of this witness. And are there any objections? God damn it, that one didn't sail far enough. That I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atme.
Objection!
I know that voice. I know that voice. I think I see it. Joanna, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result. How did you... Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what... maybe it's not Francisca. I'm still gonna go with Francisca. You've forgotten what I used to tell you. Oh god, it's Mia. That's who it is. Yeah, I think that's who it is. A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. That voice. No way! It is Mia! I thought it was Francesca first because of that line of dialogue. It made more sense. Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia! This is the true power of the Curain channeling technique. I know that it's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now, she's my mentor, Mia Fenn. Now, let's do this. But, there's nothing more we can do, Mia. That one is out of there. 2-point ball game. There you go, Max Stotze with the first home run of the season. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You've cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Yes, that's true, but unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Well, that's true, he did. Yes, but those comments appear to have no importance whatsoever. Very well. Then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. That all right with you, prosecutor? Is something the matter, Mr. Godot? Nothing. Oh, Lawyer. Bucks tried to re-sign AB, but he said no due to money. Ooh. Well, that's interesting. AB going for the cash. Oh, Lawyer. It looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, look at... Let's hear it. Huh? They reported they aren't close to anything? Ooh. He must want a lot. It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Godot, what are you... Very well then, Mr. Luke Atchme. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks. The defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer. So please, give us one last bit of testimony. Phoenix, this is it. This is your absolute last chance. Yes, Chief. The last testimony. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lovely Tail. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. My brilliant education was what informed me that the true culprit was Wright. And thanks to the key card and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sent once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. DeLife was wearing his masked DeMasque outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmailer, the victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Zavari! Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well. Oh, we got a Matt fact. Matt Hardy has beaten The Undertaker 2 straight times. It's a good Matt fact right there. Gotta love the Matt facts. The witness's earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained and none of them seem to contradict anything. But of course. But, how did you know about the emergency buzzer? The police investigation documents went directly through me, and I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, Sir Lawyer. Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, Sir Lawyer? Will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You cannot postpone Luke at me trial any longer. This is your last chance. Hang on a sec. Just one chance? He's always right, Judge. It's true. Huh. Seems that the party's about to begin. Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony. So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, putting out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Maybe that's 17? Yep! Cup number 17. The last cup. Seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction in his testimony. I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Which means all I can do is find the contradictory remark and press it. Remember, you only get one chance. God, I hate this. That means I have to choose one spot and press him on it. Ugh. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination. Fucking shit. Oh, okay. Oh shit, Bundy's still in there. I'm shocked. But that contradicts the statement of Ronda White saying he was knocked out. Alright. Yeah, I think I've got my choice here. Oh, that one. Nope, that one sits. Oh, that might have been gone. There's no reason he would know that.
Hold it!
Well. Mr. Atney, about this last remark.
Objection!
Still don't get it, do you, Trite? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement. I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godot. What? Mr. Atney, it seems you have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. Yeah, because he wouldn't have known that Ron DeLite was in the masked DeMasque costume. He wouldn't have known that, because that just got aired out during this trial. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Abbott? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his DeMasque outfit. Is that correct? Indeed. That's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. Well, that's a double play, baby! Well, not a double play, but close to it. More like your deductions prove that you're a fool. A foolish fool who foolishly fools. I'm sorry. Whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron Delight was dressed as Master Mask when he went to the scene of the crime? That was, it was just a few hours ago. Back when my 6th cup was looking at me with a cold stare. I figured that one out at least. Give me points for at least figuring the last one I need to figure out how. And I figured it out for the right reasons, too. Damn, Bundy's still out there. That's right. The defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know this are those who have been watching this trial. Nightbot's just doing its job, man. Don't be mad at Nightbot. Do you understand now, Detective Atme? There is no way that you should have known about that. You are in the next courtroom being tried as Masked DeMasque. So then, enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information? Well, come on. This detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. Dismissed. And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his DeMasque outfit. Fucking ripcord me. There is one and only one way for Detective Atme to have found that out. Only one. Only one way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony.
When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there.
With a Blade Runner. Oh, the Blade Runner / Sister Abigail. Such a good move, isn't it? For a second, my client witnessed the real killer.
Objection!
But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker. So there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Atme.
Objection!
That's why you're wrong. That's why... It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now if you turn that statement around, that means the real killer saw Mr. Delight. Stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight. Impossible. Let's take that vignette off. There we go. Detective Atme, you saw Masked DeMasque at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Oh god, an earthquake. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. His laughing gave Godot a headache, probably. Here I am, the tragic clown. That's the same line you gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. What an awfully complicated incident. Oh man, I thought that thing was gonna land. King Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atchme, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. That or the many or the shit ton of caffeine, probably. I'd say it's more than likely the laugh combined with 17 cups. Upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atchme tried to frame Ron Delight. He then claimed to be guilty as DeMasque in order to escape his own crime. And to that end, he came up with this plan, to use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi. At any rate, it would seem we finally found the truth.
Excuse me?
I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. Oh wow, Giolito's out of the ballgame, really? Besmirching him with the title of murderer.
Don't ignore me.
Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Why wouldn't he be?
About the verdict.
I know. You never committed any murder.
That's right. I'm so glad you understand that. But I really am at DeMasque.
Huh?
So, thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said? Double jeopardy?
Now that you mention it, I've been careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. The defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. Wow, look at that. Phoenix hit Ron with a black eye. Well, Ron is safe in all regards now. Then, DeMasque is really innocent? It would seem so. For now. For now? What am I looking at? Oh. Now then, this court finds the defendant not guilty! Blackjack's also playing Phoenix Wright? Well, I'll send you over to Blackjack at the end of the stream. So you can get your Phoenix Wright fix in. Which one's he playing right now? What's he playing? Is it 1 or 2? Boy,
this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, this thing is, I still am DeMasque after all.
Doesn't say, it just says Phoenix Wright. Well, since I'm playing Phoenix Wright, I'll send you over to him just to keep the Phoenix Wright fix going. You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, Maya. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh. I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Curane channeling school? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother, Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course! Well then, see you around. Bye, Mia.
Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say.
Congratulations, Mr. Delight.
Thank you so much. No. Wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though. Nothing.
Come on, just be happy already.
Maya,
You've been cleared of the murder charges and got off as DeMasque to boot.
But in exchange, I lost everything.
what did it cost?
Everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming mask to mask. I did it all for one reason. For her.
You mean your wife, Desiree?
She hates criminals more than anything.
Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she?
She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but once I got fired from KD Security and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have any reason to stay with me.
You know, Ron, I don't want to be that guy, but I'm gonna be that guy and say you're right. You're right on that. You are very much right on that.
I thought she would leave me for sure.
So that's why you became Mask DeMasque.
Yes, but it's all over now. A broken bolt can never be put back together.
I mean, that statement is kind of false, just gonna say.
That's not true, right, Nick?
Right.
Really? Can we go back to the way things were?
You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it.
I can? It's true. It's damn true. Bring down the straps. Kinda wish you would check with me first. Mr. Delight, even if a bolt is broken, there's always a way to put it back together. What? Oh, the urn. The urn. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Jaren, is it the urn? Just let me know if it's the urn. I want to get this right. I want to know if I'm right on this. It's the urn? That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
The sacred urn? Desi was the one who found this.
Desiree, your wife? She's always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Ah, there you are. Mrs. Delight.
You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy.
Thank you.
Oh, god damn it. Double play.
I appreciate that, but, I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you?
Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you'd quit KB Security. I never imagined that you were really Mask to Mask either. This is Delight. What are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to really leave him, are you?
Come on. It's obvious, isn't it? How can I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast.
So fast that there's no way he could ever get away.
Didn't you say that you hated criminals?
Oh, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky.
Okay,
Like that detective.
I see.
My Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man.
Okay.
I just love a man who's so chivalrous.
And they say chivalry is dead, folks. Just be a thief.
Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you.
I really don't understand women. I don't understand this one, that's for damn sure.
Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement.
Desiree, you really do love John, or Ron, not John, Ron, don't you?
Nicky boy,
Yes.
I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us.
Oh, well, take care of yourself.
You too, Nicky boy.
I can feel my face going red.
Mr. Nick, Mrs. Mystic Maya, congratulations!
Oh, Aaron Sleeger's coming in, okay. Talk about bad timing. Pearl's gonna start throwing hands.
Mr. Nick, how could you, with another man's wife in front of Mystic Maya? I'll never forgive you, never, ever!
Oh, you gotta love it. So just as the case came to a close, so too did my consciousness. Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together. But I know that's not true. I mean, just look. I love that you can't see Pearl's face. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together, even better than before. There we go. Yay! Episode 2, The Stolen Turnabout. The end. And none of them lived happily ever after. Maya, why? Oh, Lord, what's gonna happen this one? That man's got a scouter! Are we gonna be defending Vegeta? That man's got a fucking scouter. And as we always do, we'll look at the beginning. We'll see what's gonna go down, and then I'll send you to Blackjack so you can keep up with the Ace Attorney-ness. Recipe for turnabout. I love it. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. The evidence and testimony we have seen that the victim was alone at his table when he drank. No, you're wrong. I know what I saw. I saw. What the fuck's going on? I saw someone else there. A man. He's the real killer. Why won't anyone believe me? Oh, god damn, it's Prosecutor Payne.
Well, I'd say that pretty much wraps this case up. Mr. Wright?
The court finds the defendant. This court is adjourned.
What the fuck just happened?
Talk about a cliffhanger! Fucking Wright just lost! Fucking Phoenix Wright! Just lost! I'm gonna hit the music. What the fuck happens in the next in the next part? Fucking Phoenix doesn't lose. Well, shit. That's okay. That's gonna be very interesting next week. I'm excited to get into this one now. This is gonna be very interesting. It looks like Phoenix is supposedly the murderer. And we've seen that spiky hair only once before. So things are looking like they're gonna get very, very interesting. Alright. I'm gonna get everything set up though to go after Blackjack. I'm gonna get Blackjack's his Twitch up myself. So I'm all set. Okay, good. Had to make sure it was muted. Oh, I think I know what he's doing. I think I know what. Oh yeah, I know what case he's on. Oh, it's a good one too. All right. So with that, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. We had a good time in this one, and happy to finally get that case over with. I'm happy to move on to the next one. But still mad at this game because bullshit. They kept talking about the tier of Eminon by name, and I call bullshit on that 110%. 110%. I'm gonna be mad at that the entire time. But thank you guys. Whoops, I'm running an ad. I got so used to clicking on it. I'm gonna let this minute-long ad finish before I start the raid. Oh Lord, I'm so used to being on that I ran an ad. Oh, that's fantastic. Also gotta get myself set up with my end screen. Either way though, I'll say once again, while the ad continues here, I appreciate you guys being here heavily. Oh man, I'm happy I finally got Nightbot working, even to your dismay, Jaren. But with that, that is going to bring us to an end. You guys can go over to Blackjack, get more fix. Phoenix Wright, I believe he's on it looks like he's on the last case in the first game. I could be wrong on that. It might be the second to last case, but it looks like the last one, if I remember correctly. Let me get the raid going here. Send you guys over to Blackjack. Since he's doing some Phoenix Wright. I feel like that's the only right way to do it. But once again, appreciate you guys. We'll be back tomorrow. Good double duty. We're starting early, 7 p.m. Eastern. I will see you guys then.